I am representing here today Wikimedia Estonia. Together with me here is Ursula Erik. She's also from Estonia and from Tartu, and she is a lecturer of Estonian University of Life Sciences and also a practitioner of using Wikipedia in education. So she's using it in university studies. And today was supposed to hear also my good colleague Ivo Kruusamägi, but at the moment I think he is running around in Estonian forests because he is participating in compulsory military exercises. But he is sending his greetings to everyone, and he said that you should all take part in science photo competitions that will come up in this autumn. So today here we hear Ivo talking in this next video, and we know that Wikipedia is a part of education, and now I ask Ivo Kruusamägi to tell us about the history of using Wikipedia in education. So please.
In a minute.
Tartu on Wikipedia pealinn Eestis. Miks?
Tartu on Eesti ülikooli pealinn. Ja Wikipedia on oma olemust ikkagi haridusprojekt. Siin on meil selline ilmne kokkupuude Wikipedia ja üldse kõrghariduse vahel, mis muuhulgas väljendub selles, et meil on väga palju wikipediste ja õppinud Tartus, aga kohati ka töötanud Tartu ülikoolis. Ka mina ise olen Tartu elanik. Ja nii on meil siis sattunud nõnda, kus tõesti see on meil see kohalik Wikipedia keskus.
Räägi, kuidas me selleni jõudsime?
Eestikeelne Wikipedia on tänaseks 21 aastat vana, aga sellist kokkupuudet haridussüsteemiga lähemalt on aastast 2010-2011 ja paljuski, kuigi meil hiljem on väga palju sihipärast tööd selle teema arendamisel, aga algus oli väga palju ka õnn, mis meid aitas edasi. Et näiteks juhtus ühes kohas nii, kus ma ise siis sattusin rääkima sellest, et kuidas saaks kasutada Wikipeediat selle toetamisel, et oleks eesti keeles rohkem haridusliku sisuga materjale ja kuulajaskonda mõne kombel sadus täpselt õige inimene, Mart Noorma, kelle parajasti oli sügisel pihta hakkamas üks õppeaine nimega väljendusõpetus ja talle see mõte meeldis. Et see oli väga palju selline õnnelik juhus, mis viib meestis üle esimese väga suure aineni. Ja see aine on tõesti sellepärast nagu oluline, et sellest sai suuresti alguse kogu see Wikipedia levik Tartu ülikoolis.
Aga kuhu me tänaseks oleme jõudnud?
Ainuüksi selles ühes aines, mis on meile üks kõige kuulsam näide, sest seal tõesti on kirjutatud 1400 artiklit. Tänaseks on vaadatud üle 10 miljoni korra. Aga tänaseks oleme jõudnud siia, kus Tartu ülikoolist on kujunenud eestikeelse Wikipedia üks olulisemaid partnereid ja ainuüksi Tartu ülikoolis ise on vähemalt 4000 tudengit kirjutanud läbi aastate vähemalt ühe wiki artikli. Lisaks oleme koos ülikooliga vedanud kampaaniat Miljon Plus, mis on olnud siis kõige suurem eestikeelse Wikipedia tutvustamissedu kampaania Eestis. Ehk siis tõesti meil on olnud väga pikk koostöö ajalugu ja see vast jätkub. Ka täna laiendame seda, et veelgi kasvatada sellist Wikipedia ja ülikoolide koostööd, milles toetab meid ka Haridus-Teadusministeeriumi strateegiline partnerlus, kui me programmis me oleme viimased 2 aastat olnud. Koostöö ülikoolidega on Wikipeedia arendamise oluline osa, sest Wikipeedia on oma olemuselt haridusprojekt.
So thank you, Ivo Kruusamägi, for this talk, and now I will continue. So, as you heard, so as you heard in this video, cooperation with universities has made a very big contribution to Estonian Wikipedia. And Wikipedia in education has been really a top priority of Wikimedia Estonia. So next, I will highlight some good activities that have worked really well during the years. So maybe you can pick some ideas from this list as well. First, writing articles during their studies, we can say that more than 5,000 articles have been written by the students of universities during their studies. And for many years we have also organized contests and competitions, article writing competitions. And for example, every year we have a 24-hour or 30-hour hackathon-style article writing contest that is very popular among students. We also have a science photo contest, which is to demonstrate that students not only write articles to Wikipedia, but they can also add photos and visual material. Language editing competitions are really popular in Estonia. These have been taken years already, 7 years. And these bring together both professionals and students. So we also have terminology competitions. One such is ongoing right now. It's on topic social work, but there will be another one coming up this autumn, and also very popular activity. Language editing workshops in cooperation with University of Tartu also have taken place many times. Also in general educational schools and universities, we organize practical workshops for editing Wikipedia. We also promote research on Wikipedia. We have, for example, we have come up with research topics for students, and also the university has conducted research on Wikipedia usage. In addition to students, we also offer trainings to different target groups, such as students, pupils, and seniors, adults, also organizations, and also enterprises. And of course, we also create modern teaching materials. Lately, we created a set of educational videos on how to edit Wikipedia, and video material is really popular nowadays. Okay, and to continue. As you know, no activity can take place in empty space, so separately from other activities. So very important part is communication. What do we do for communication? first, documentation of Wikipedia activities. This is really important. We have separate pages for every university subject, and we encourage university lecturers to keep records on all articles that have been written by students. Storytelling is important, as you know. We have got interviews with lecturers and Wikipedians. Also, we try to make interviews with competition winners and interns. These stories can motivate and give inspiration to other people who would like to try the same activities. And we also try to cover Wikipedia topic in the press. So we use mainstream media, radio, television, and it's important to be visible all the time. So to conclude, maybe 2 pieces of advice from this presentation that you could take is Wikipedia in education is a continuous process. It's not just one activity and the other activity, but it's a set of activities. And there are some activities that work really well, and these we try to keep. And there are activities that don't work, so we just let it go. So maybe advice is try new things. If it works, keep it. If it doesn't work, let it go. And of course, Wikipedia in education is the big part of it is communication. So it goes hand in hand, and it's be visible. And now I will give floor to Ursula. Please tell us how long have you been using Wikipedia in education, and what kind of results have you achieved?
Yeah, it's kind of to bring proof that it is a continuous process. And of course, Ivo spoke mainly about the University of Tartu, which is the university in Estonia, but it's not the only university in Estonia. And well, it should get bigger, and unfortunately I have someone to help me. And that's all I need. I won't need it anymore later. Thank you. So this is the homepage of my university where I teach. It's Estonian University of Life Sciences. Oh, it's Estonian University of Life Sciences. In our university, all first-year students write an article to Wikipedia. It's teamwork for most, but still people very often ask us, how did you do that? Well, of course, it's very easy. It's about motivation. Meaning, we need motivation for students and staff, meaning lecturers. And they do it during the course of mediating information in English and Estonian for academic and professional purposes. And the motivation for students and staff. The main motivation is administrative, which means that the students can't graduate from the university without a grade in our course, which means that they have to write to Wikipedia. And this credit points. And for the staff, there is administrative motivation as well, because my boss says that we have to do it. But this is just administrative. Then there has to be something that ticks the right boxes. for students, it means that they have a meaningful task that really is significant for them. They can choose the topic that they write about, and if they come to the university, they are supposed to be interested in something. If they say they aren't, then I'm like, really? How come you came to the university if you're not interested in your specialty? And then they usually say, oh yes, of course we are. And besides, it's like publicity for them. They write something, people can read it. For staff, it's ticking the box of the community task. Does any of you teach, by the way? Okay, so those who do teach know that there is a requirement you have to do the tasks that are meaningful for the community. Wikipedia is one of them, which is good for us. And then it's a big tick to CLIL, which is content and language integrated teaching, because our course focuses on the terminology of the subject of the student, meaning they have to know about the speciality, the terminology there, and they have to be able to mediate the information in Estonian. Then, as I said, one of the tick in the boxes is that the students can choose the topic that they investigate more or thoroughly. You might also say that that's the cherry on the cake, because that's what they like about it. And for the teachers, it's good because it helps to explain students why academic writing matters. As when you write to Wikipedia, you have to check the sources, you have to find reliable sources, you have to make sure that your language is academic, neutral, all the things that are required for academic writing as well. And the result will be visible to people. Plus, it's not the teacher who says that's right or that's wrong. It's not sending their work to my laptop. It's for people to see. And if it's, let's say, modified or sometimes even taken down by the administrators, well, it's not my fault. See, the administrator said it's not good enough. And generally, I can say that probably more than half of the students really enjoy it, especially when I explain that this is for everybody. It's to make the pool of our common knowledge bigger, and it makes the things that you do important for other people as well. Plus, for small languages, like there are about 1.5 million Estonians, meaning 1.5 million people who speak Estonian, it's also very relevant to have texts in good Estonian. It helps to develop the language, as even the newspapers, very much of it has been machine translated, which is quite good, or even quite good enough, but it's still not that, which makes it more complicated, as students often can't decide whether it's real Estonian or AI Estonian. That's kind of not the very same thing. And probably that's about all. What about our time? Time's up. Any questions to either of us? Yeah? Yeah.
I was wondering how you made Wikipedia a part of university curriculum. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So how we make it part of the university curriculum, because it is classified as a task of academic writing. And it's academic writing, and the product, so to say, will be in Estonian Wikipedia. And as our course is mediating information between English and Estonian languages, it's very suitable there.
So did your Ministry of Education approve it, or it doesn't matter?
Yeah, it does. As Pille mentioned, our Ministry of Education is very supportive, probably because they also understand the relevance of text in good and neutral Estonian. One of the problems in Estonia, for example, in Estonian universities, not just ours, is that the doctoral students who write their thesis mainly in English, they have to provide the summary in Estonian, and they are in big trouble because they have been reading texts in English all the time. Sometimes people are surprised and say, well, you're at the University of Life Sciences, how come your doctoral students are writing their thesis in English? And by the way, as our university covers such a wide variety of topics, oh, did you know that Estonia is a great country for making wine? You didn't. We are making wine of rhubarb. Does everybody know what rhubarb is? Okay, and it's very good, even kind of sparkling wine. Just remember, when you come to Estonia, ask for this rhubarb wine, and it is good. So anyway, there are a wide range of topics. And for example, one of the doctoral students that came to our course of conference communication had a topic of dairy farms. But she was from Estonia. The second partner was from, I think, Holland somewhere. And the third one was from France. The supervisor was from England. Well, of course, it's in English. And the big problem is that you really need text in Estonian, in good Estonian, which is one of the pet projects of Ivo. We want to get more of this material to Wikipedia as well.
Okay, if you can, just a small continuation. So, as I understood, Wikipedia is a separate subject which is taught at the universities and is a part of curriculum separately, or incorporated into other subjects.
It's incorporated. It's one task of the course in my university, or in our university. It's one task of the course mediating information in English, between English and, it's a very new name, between English and Estonian for academic and professional purposes. It used to be English for specific purposes. That's why, you know.
Okay, in which specialties, in your opinion, thank you, in which specialties or faculties, in your opinion, we can have this kind of, let's say, Wikipedia teaching process as well? So incorporation, in which other specialties we can incorporate?
All specialties, all specialties. But, for example, my students are engineering, civil engineering, and then production engineering, also water management. But our university covers, well, it's life sciences. And then the thing is that you have to give them the choice of choosing the topic. But of course, later on, it will be a great headache because I personally, I'm not that fluent in civil engineering, you know, and the terminology. And then I tell the students, well, it's now up to you. You are responsible for writing things that make sense. It's your responsibility. I'll help you to figure out what they are, and I take care of the language side of the task, and so somehow we manage. And of course, they can expect someone who really knows to read it in Wikipedia, or, Estonian Wikipedia, and correct it if it's not correct.
Did you have any experience in, let's say, incorporating Wikipedia into medical sciences? You said life sciences, into medicine.
Yeah. It can be incorporated anywhere. And of course, thanks to Pille and Gabi and some other people in our Estonian Wikipedia, we have videos to instruct people or to guide people through the writing process, the technical sides of the writing process. That's a very good project. I really like it.
Thank you very much.
Maybe to clarify is that Wikipedia is not a compulsory part of curriculum. But it's in yours, okay. But in Tartu University, it depends on a lecturer who chooses it. If he or she wants to, deal with it in his or her subject, then he can pick it, and give it to his students. Yeah. And we help. Yes, and we usually go and help them in this process. For example, we go and make an opening lecture on Wikipedia matters and tell students what Wikipedia is and how is it made, and to give good advice how to write the articles. And then this lecturer continues the
that's
other
in other
things.
Universities.
Yeah, it's in Tartu University, but she is from different. Yeah, and we really have really different subjects that use with Wikipedia task. For example, computer sciences. You can write on terminology things, articles, art institutes, music colleges, everything you can write about history, so philosophy, even math.
So I have like 2 questions. Yeah. So the first one I'm Sailesh. I work with the education team at the Wikimedia Foundation. So the first question I have is to understand, like, you know, you mentioned about like how the staff is also like motivated to do the work. So I also want to understand, like, is the staff or the lecturers or the professors, do they also get involved in evaluating like what the students have written in the Wikipedia article? If so, do you provide, like, you start with like providing a training to the staff first before starting a project? What's the workflow behind it?
Yeah, in the Estonian University of Life Sciences, we have worked with professors as well, but generally in our course, as it is a task of our course, we do it ourselves. People may get involved later, but not for the very beginning. And Pille, about other universities.
The lecturer has to be really highly motivated to
But
get...
you provide like a training to them first?
Yes, if they want, but we can't go like everyone come, but we offer it, and if there are interested people, they could come.
I see. So my second question is, you also mentioned that the students are very motivated or interested to like contribute to Wikipedia. How is the retention like? Do they continue to be an Estonian Wikipedia editor after their academic year is ended?
It depends.
Okay.
It depends. Some of them do, some of them really like it. And some of them really like the process. Like, it's not just the subject. You have to think about how to organize it. Yeah. And when I, as a philologist, start asking questions from them as engineering guys, then sometimes they, you can think about it this way. So with the motivated ones, it works very well. And of course, as usual, but we've got methods for them as well. Everybody does it.
Yeah. It's important that everyone gets the taste of this Wikipedia writing. Maybe in the future, when they get old or pensioners, they start writing because they remember it was cool.
Yeah. And as our last minute goes now, maybe one of the good things that goes with working with Wikipedia is that at least our students know that there is no headquarters of Wikipedia in Estonia who you have to write an email if you want to change something. They will understand that you can do it yourself. Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
I will speak about something very similar so we can continue on the
yeah. You can always write to us or come to Estonia. We make a training.
Yeah, enjoy the course.
Just a minute. Great. Okay, so my name is Hans Gutbrod. I teach at Ilya State University. I really liked the previous talk. My talk is very much on similar themes. I'll try and kind of adapt it a little bit and maybe speed through certain things so that we have time for discussions. My own background is a little bit different, and for me this was entirely new, and my learning curve, this kind of gathering in the last day, I was here briefly yesterday, was incredibly steep. My background's primarily in university, writing both a little bit about history, also writing about ethics, and I've been intrigued by the absence of university colleagues on Wikipedia, because where I've been, we exactly do not see the kinds of things that you have shown from Estonia. Of course, we know that Estonia in many ways can be a great example for how you deal, for how you digitize and how you use that knowledge and how you're very conscious about your own language as well. And so this is where my curiosity comes from. I've written articles about kind of monuments in Armenia that nobody knows about, that weren't even on Google Maps, even though they're really right. Slowly, okay. Oh, this is going to be difficult. I've written about monuments in Armenia that haven't really been seen, and I write about, in general, how people relate to their past, and also how students here often relate to the past. Now, if you ask anyone teaching around university what the purpose of a university is, you will almost always get an answer that describes two pillars, two legs of university. And it's the Humboldtian model of teaching and research. The Soviet model was often just teaching, and you did the research in Academy of Sciences. But this university, like many other universities, with the end of the Soviet Union, switched also to the kind of Humboldtian model that is the preeminent model of university, the way universities work. And my argument about Wikipedia, I mean, I think there's agreement in this room among the people here. We heard it this morning that Wikipedia, with a free access to knowledge, serves an essential function. So we agree on that. I think there's also agreement on a complication that there are big gaps. We've seen those gaps. Some of you have discussed them. We've discussed how to address them in Serbia, how they get addressed in various other ways. And now the question is, so what are things we can do? There's absolutely ways of mobilizing volunteers. My brief talk now is going to be about that. I think we also need to mainstream Wikipedia into higher education. And that needs, from my point of view, two changes can contribute to that. The first is that we're clearer about what the purposes of education are. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. And the second is also branding what gets done. And I think the branding, the way, from my point of view, it should be branded, is that we talk about micro contributions to knowledge. Everyone's familiar with, or many people are familiar with the idea of microcredits, that people shouldn't just be able to get big money out, but sometimes they should be able to get small credits, because that allows them to improve their own livelihoods, to invest into things. And typically the way we speak of knowledge, the way people in universities speak of knowledge, is there's a little bit of talking in lecture rooms, but the first time you get taken more or less seriously on academic level is with a peer-reviewed publication. And I think we need to change that language to talk about micro contributions that matter and also receive attention in a kind of structured way among lecturers, so that this becomes more of a model. Now, a couple of things I had here, I think I can skip through those relatively quickly, because as one says, preaching to the choir. You have been talking about that already. I had prepared that for kind of academic colleagues that normally don't really look at Wikipedia that much. If we look for evidence of major gaps, while the information in general can be quite hard to compare if you look on Wikipedia projects per country, the moment you start comparing different countries, and I looked at some countries that had, actually I looked at Estonia also, that had relatively small kind of publishing base for scientific information, sometimes contexts that have a large diaspora, because some also had Israel, because of course it's a scientific hub in various ways. And then I was just comparing, put into a single sheet, featured articles, good articles, stubs, and put them in comparison, realizing that, of course, a lot of that depends on how things get classified by the community within those languages, and that my understanding potentially of the data here can be pretty skewed. But if you look at the total number of featured articles and good articles, Ireland may be understandable because you also draw on an English language base. And again, I'm assuming we're talking about how it gets evaluated internally. But we actually see that the countries now I was primarily interested in, maybe in Estonia, people are very strict in terms of how they evaluate this, but Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, here this is the relative percentage. So maybe reflecting indeed a quite concerted effort in Armenia to have kind of engaging, so this is the percentage of featured articles and good articles. How you interpret that data, I think one can have a longer discussion about. So here I tried to do a quick comparison of good Wikipedia articles per language. And kind of we see that, again, Armenia actually ranks quite highly. Abkhaz and Megrelian have very, very few. And the reality on this, and again, I'm skipping through a lot of things here that one can maybe spend more time on, is you're more aware of this than anybody, but that ultimately all of this rests on relatively few shoulders when we look at this. This is now the admins in Wikipedia that I found when I looked at it. I hope the data was right. There's a few weeks ago that I looked at this. Abkhaz, we have 2. Megrelian, it was 5. And then sort of Azerbaijani, we had 14, and then 2 of the languages are now I'm no longer sure whether this is Armenian and Georgian script. I'm assuming the Armenians has a few more. I think Georgia was 6. So we have very, very few people there. And we also seem to have very few active users overall. In Azerbaijan, we have a higher number. I tried to find, and of course, probably every one of you in the room can answer it for me. I couldn't entirely find out how exactly active users get identified. But it clearly plays in some ways when you then look into particular depth, you see huge differences across the region. Here, this was just somewhat random because it's a luxury, so to speak, luxury information. Arnold Schoenberg, this is the kind of music that very few people actually enjoy listening to, but some people feel that they should be listening to Arnold Schoenberg, modern composer. You see the Georgian script over there. It's very, very extensive. Armenian, middle, etc. So we have quite some differences, and we really see these kind of unevenness. And maybe more relevant, someone who has had a huge impact on how lives in this region turned out, Hegel, who of course influenced Marx, who determined in many ways, some of these determined how the structure of a lot of these things around us are. And we see hugely disparate. In Georgia, it's actually quite detailed. Azerbaijan, which is the biggest here, is the biggest on the screen because it's the shortest article, so in relative scale. And then you look at some other things that I found striking. So inflation affects, unless you're incredibly wealthy, it affects every one of us. The Georgian entry for inflation has a couple of hundred words. There are a lot of people teaching economics in this country, but clearly there is something missing in the transmission mechanism of taking this across into the public domain. When the English language article is 80 times longer than the Georgian language article on inflation, even though inflation at more than 10% per annum absolutely influences people's lives here. Childhood obesity, because we were talking before about in Armenia that some medical stuff was getting translated from English into Armenian. Childhood obesity by WHO data, more than 20% of Georgian children are overweight or obese. So it affects a fifth of the kids in this country. There isn't an article on that. In Armenia, there's a very detailed article that seems, when you look at it, seems to have been part of a translation effort. In Georgia, the only information that's available is from commercial sources. So there are actual gaps that really matter to people's life experience and matters to the way that they have, if you will, informational autonomy in things and how they can actually do things. In Azerbaijani, as far as I could make out, there also isn't an article. And even for core monuments, it really isn't there. So clearly, again, I'm preaching to people that already know all of this. It's clear that this has a transformative impact. I'm actually curious how many of you know that example of Gladys West. Is that an example that everybody knows? Okay, that's interesting. So Jessica Wade, a physicist at UCL, has made her a task to, I think, create one article per day on people that are underrepresented. And one of the articles she's worked on was by Gladys West, a mathematician of African-American background who has made the GPS possible. And she has pointed out, and it also seems when you look at this, that the moment that that article started being there, the coverage actually followed. So now there are big Guardian features, etc. There's a real standout example of how you took someone who actually had a big impact on science, and its GPS is on all of your phones, yeah? Big impact on our lives, and this kind of works back, and this is an example. This actually was my first article that I started about a very remarkable woman explorer that was, I think, threatened by being forgotten, and in the meantime also has 30,000 views. So it's a way of recovering marginalized knowledge, and especially important, one could say more about that, if you look at bibliometric studies of, in this case, academic publications from the post-Soviet countries, and how little gets published in some of these countries. Now, Estonia comes out on top with these publications, but in a lot of these other countries, we see that very, very little gets published, so that actually people almost seem marginalized from this entire endeavor and from actually contributing to scholarship and being taken seriously. So, of course, this allows, all of this ends up having a very an impact on how the world is being seen. Here I wrote an article about what were the top 100 most read articles in Armenia, in Azerbaijan, and Georgia, and it makes for interesting comparisons also in Georgia itself with the particular gaps that there are. But my main argument, to come back and kind of, instead of saying much more, I maybe can then open this up to discussion. I do think that next to teaching and research, the box of contribution to the community shouldn't just be a box. In some ways, it should be the third leg of universities. And we couldn't really do this in the past because we didn't have the means of production in universities. I certainly didn't have the means of production when I was a student to actually share some of that knowledge. But Humboldt, so to speak, does need that kind of third leg. And I do think that a lot of the other questions fall more into place, including there are questions about how it becomes gradable, for example. I'd assessed my own experience when I make my students do Wikipedia. I don't think this is accessible in a sensible way because I want them to collaborate. But I do think this is also part of where the university needs to shift, in the sense less assessment, more coaching, and that the classical certification role of university has become less important, not least because employers find it so much easier to test, so to speak, habitat fit for themselves. I do think that the idea of micro-contributions to knowledge is useful to convince colleagues and other people, but I do think a lot of advocacy work needs to be done in various places. A couple of days ago, I'm with enough gray hair that I normally don't need to prove, and publishing and peer-reviewed things don't need to prove normally what I do. But recently, I needed to fill out a self-evaluation as an academic at the university that I'm at just across the street. It had 131 criteria of what I could fill out. Among those criteria was, being a jury member at a festival or concert. There wasn't a single criterion for potentially writing something on Wikipedia, starting an article, and maybe helping supervise students in that regard. And so I do think we need a kind of concerted effort that these things don't run in totally separate lanes where there's people making a huge effort to mobilize, and on the policy side and institutional side, there isn't anybody here, as far as I can tell. I haven't seen any other kind of people that teach in Georgia at a university here. Probably there are. But I think bringing this more together is important, while of course also making sure that there's still at the end something that's done with enthusiasm rather than with obligation. And so this is a task that I think I'm very interested in, and at that point would be interested in your questions and observations. I'm really here. I've had lots of conversations this morning and learned a lot. I'm curious to learn more. So, questions?
Well, actually, it's not a question. I wanted to strongly support your idea of community task at the third leg, because when I said it's like ticking the box, I meant that teachers don't need to invent anything. It's a very relevant, available for everyone, and it makes great difference. So that's for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe something that I should say is my experience has been, you know, I regularly publish in various outlets. I've tried to make some of this pitch to established journals, and I've otherwise published in that. I do think that if you come from a context that isn't a big science language, you actually have a huge advantage, because changing kind of university and higher education contexts in the United States, in Germany, in France is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. And I think the places to innovate are precisely the kind of Estonias where some of these things can be centralized a lot more, and where there's an absence of ideas, and where there's also really a need in local languages to have reliable information.
Okay, hi. I also don't have a question, but I wanted to comment something. Everything what you described to me sounds like it's not like corporate social responsibility, but it's like actually scientific social responsibility. Because it goes in this direction of actually combining something that you do and contributing to society. Do you also see it like that, or how would you comment?
Yeah, I think that's a great term, and that I hadn't thought about that in those terms. And I think the scientific social responsibility is absolutely a term that's relevant. And again, I think part of that is just the means of production, that people don't necessarily realize that in how many opportunities there are. And I'm surprised again and again if you go into a scientific environment and I ask people to raise their hands. I recently was at a think tank conference with think tanks from all over the world. I used to run a think tank here in the region. And I asked how many of you have contributed to Wikipedia. And it's just, that isn't really there. But I do think that advocacy into that with new tools come new responsibilities also is really important.
Do I have the mic? Okay. I think one obstacle is the prejudices that exist in the academic community yes. about Wikipedia. So yeah. Do you have any ideas on how to bridge that?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, the prejudices in academia. So I was teaching a class to doctoral students, and I said, okay, your task is going to be, for next week, contribute to any article, and it can be on POP, et cetera, to any article. And one student who was already more advanced, who's already taught academic writing, initially flat out refused. And I was working on convincing him, and at some point I said, no, actually you have to do this. This is not. And so I do think one thing that is obvious to you, but not so obvious to academics in many contexts, is the layeredness of knowledge and the dynamic updating of Wikipedia. And I tell you what convinces people typically is when I show them the Wikipedia entry for Irina Bokova. Irina Bokova was UNESCO chief and was in the running to be the Secretary General of the United Nations. There were some claims, certainly in Bulgarian media, that the wealth of her husband and the wealth of the family were unexplained. And I tried to put what was clearly in the public record out there. It wasn't just by me, and it was in the media out there. I tried to put that into the Wikipedia page, and it regularly gets scrubbed out. And all of this you could read and see if you were on the talk page. And the moment that people realize that the talk page is like ancient Troy, that it has all these layers, and that you can go in, and that suddenly, through that, the layeredness of knowledge and the contestedness becomes visible. This is the moment where I often have seen people suddenly become truly fascinated, because they've only ever seen the front page of it, and then they had maybe 2 or 3 bad experiences on the front page of a Wikipedia article, and then they kind of go, oh yeah, but that's all nonsense, kind of dismiss it. So this is, I think, part of discussing. This is something I enjoy doing, and I'm interested in doing the philosophy of science. I think engaging people on that level and really and asking even what's their conception of truth, and then quickly you end up having interesting debates. But yes, you actually need to tackle that prejudice straight away.
Yeah, I have like a follow-up to that question because, you know, like we do say that Wikipedia is not reliable, and I'm here in the space, I've heard from like 2 academicians right now, and I see like, you know, this is changing, you know. I'm just curious to understand like, because also last year when I attended the library conference there in Ireland, I saw like a group of academicians there. They were doing a research on like higher education of like how Wikipedia can be brought into higher education. And there seems to be, we are coming out of this bias, and there is a group of academicians like walking, you know, but most of the time you're walking in a very, you know, how do you say it, like isolated level? Is there like, have you ever tried to like collaborate with like other like people in different regions? Is like a network of academicians working with Wikipedia? Is something like, you know, you plan, or is something that we can think of, you know, to see like, you know, come away of this bias and, you know, see how we can like support each other kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, one challenge you have in academic context is that lots of people that are in there don't necessarily have a very articulated, one could almost say a sophisticated understanding of what they understand truth to be. Because you get inculcated into a certain trade and you solve certain puzzles, typically within a broader paradigm. And you know that lane very well, and you may be very, very successful, but you don't necessarily need to ask questions about the way that knowledge almost invariably is entangled with your own perspectives. And so a task that I think you need to undertake often is to say, well, you know, any view onto something is going to come from a particular perspective. And when you precisely integrate that, then the possibility to look at, you know, it can be the Congress of Vienna as a kind of peace treaty and look at the English entry, and if you speak the languages or you work through Google Translate, the French entry and the German entry or the Russian entry. And through that, you ultimately do create a multidimensionality of it. But it actually, if people have a very orthodox view of what truth is and what certain concepts are, that often is a first obstacle. But that's also where I think the fascinating debates can be. And it's also where really the debates need to be, because it's that knowledge is dynamic, which is, of course, something that one experiences on Wikipedia at any time, is not something that people necessarily are always very comfortable with. But absolutely, that kind of interchange and being open to these other perspectives is precisely, I think, the virtue of what we do here. Yes.
Hi. This is a question I wanted to ask to Ursula,
yes.
And similar to another question. Who and how can grade these contributions? I mean, I had this problem before when I cooperated with some lecturers in my local universities. I was asked to grade these contributions because I could see if they understood how to wikify their texts, and later we found that obviously we didn't tell to the students that they would be graded by someone who was not their teacher, and later we found that it is extremely difficult. And finally, how can we, and if we can grade them, if they put some, let's say, some plain text within perfect Estonian or another language, but not wikified. Is the purpose of this exercise good? How?
Yeah.
How and who?
My sense is that, and I'd be curious to hear other views and also your views maybe, is that I don't really see a very good way of grading it, because it's a take-home, often a take-home thing. It can easily be gamed, so to speak. In, let's say, you're creating a new article, you then take access, you know, to something that's there in another language. If it's just by the bytes, etc., that you actually contribute to that. But as I said, I mean, my sense is that the shift anyway that we will experience through AI and other forms of being able to access, let's say, performance enhancements on the side of students is that we will become even more facilitators and coaches rather than people that will be able to examine. And if we examine, then only in an enclosed setting where essentially people cannot bring anything in. So that's my sense right now. If people have other comments, and I have to say I'm comfortable with that. Because I don't see my task ultimately to play against students. And I think one of the key things that you mentioned is I really like, rather than having to tell people, I think your wording there was a little imprecise. If just some other Wikipedia contributor comes in and cuts something out, that's, I think, a very formative and positive experience. But I think we will have a broader shift in that regard anyway. Any other questions? No, I think no. Then we can maybe hand over to the other. If you have any other comments or questions or criticisms and then please do come up to me, because I'm very, very keen to hear from you, and thank you for the comments that I've heard already. Thank you.
I have on my laptop as well, but
no worries.
But it's uploaded to the drive, so for me.
Commons?
No, drive this one. So if you go to the program page, then there is the thing, but it's uploaded to the Commons page. One page is not, but one picture is not on the devices.
No worries. Just.
And also share it. Yes, that's one. And drive. Hello, is it good? Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Bence Molnar. I am Wikimedian and a library and information scientist. In the upcoming minutes, I wish to talk about the potentials of editathons in the context of higher education. And before we before we start, I would like to mention that at the conclusion of my presentation, we will reserve time for a Q&A session. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask. But now, before we start, now we will start with a short introduction to ensure a shared understanding. And after that, we will explore the connections between editathons and higher education, and finally, the Hungarian Shakespeare editathon will be presented as an example. Okay, so let's start with the most important question. What does editathon mean? Well, editathons are events where editors of online communities gather together, edit and improve a specific topic or type of content. In our context, in Wikipedia's context, this usually means editing articles of the main namespace, uploading pictures to Wikimedia Commons, or just editing Wikidata. Editathons can take place virtually and in person, and can engage new and experienced users as well. Universities and libraries are frequent and prominent hosts for such events. And how does an editathon look like? Well, if you take a look at this picture, this is an example from a Swedish event from 2017, and I believe it represents well the core of an editathon, because a primary benefit of organizing a real-world editathon is that attendees, particularly those who just started editing Wikipedia, have the immediate opportunity to ask help and receive assistance from their peers, because they are sitting next to each other. And after this short introduction, let's explore the opportunities of editathons and higher education. Like the wider public, certain university professors are also skeptic towards Wikipedia. This occasionally leads to situations where students are bound to use Wikipedia even though they will do it anyway. Such circumstances can give rise to confusion. However, it's important to mention that Wikipedia is an encyclopedia and not a primary source. Despite this distinction, some educators show preference for students who use traditional, so usually printed encyclopedias, just because the source is not the Wikipedia. I believe it's a still existing, but also a fascinating contradiction. And now let's talk about the competence and skill development opportunities. So Wikipedia itself is a platform for scientific communication, and university teachers can leverage this. Student assignments are great examples where editathons can be used in higher education. Why? Because writing a seminar paper is almost like editing Wikipedia. Both require similar tasks from us: analyzing the topic, researching, collecting reliable sources, and finally, summarizing our findings. Studies found that editing Wikipedia can help students to gain the necessary competencies and skills, just like in the case of a regular assignment. The trick is that it also motivates them, because their product will be part of something that people actually use, and their work will be publicly available. Wikipedia can be also useful for translator and interpreter classes, because Wikipedia has, as we know, thousands of articles in various languages. Imagine that I am your professor, and I give you the following assignment. Translate this Spanish text into Luxembourgish. I will read it, and I will give you a grade depending on its quality. Now, let's say that the text is about a subject which is currently missing an article on the Luxembourgish Wikipedia. So your translation will be published there. So the question is that, will you more excited for the task and more determined to create something good? Well, I hope the answer is yes, because your work will not be evaluated only by your professor, but by your friends and strangers on the internet. Why? Because you can send them the link and say that, hey, I wrote this. It's cool, right? And they can say that, no, it's not that good, you could improve this, or they are just, wow, you edited Wikipedia, how do you do that? So now you can sense the weight upon the students, because they must create something good. So why editathons are useful for higher education? Because the conventional student assignments are facing challenges. Among the injury criticism, a fundamental one stands out. Students often engage with these academic tasks out of obligation, leading to external motivation rather than true interest in the process. And that's an issue. Given that these assignments are intended to cultivate skills and competencies necessary for crafting an academic work, in the end, it's a thesis to finish their studies. This vital skill set is essential not just for the students, but also for the universities, because they are evaluated based on the quality of the students they are produced. And we also must mention ChatGPT and other large language models, because they cannot write properly cited manuscripts yet, but they are catching up. So you cannot be sure anymore if an essay was written by a human or by a bot. Being said, educators are compelled to adapt to this new landscape. So let's see how editathons can help with this. So now I will present you the Hungarian Shakespeare Editathon. The Hungarian Shakespeare Editathon is organized annually since 2014 at the Pázmány Péter Catholic University. The participants are first-year master students in English studies, and the goal is not just achieving the previously discussed skills and competencies by handing out a mandatory assignment, but to also motivate them by publishing their seminar papers as Wikipedia articles. These students do their research on pre-agreed subjects without existing Wikipedia articles, and this subject is usually about Shakespeare. Naturally, it's not without challenges, because identifying suitable topics that lacks Wikipedia articles can be difficult. However, the Hungarian Wikipedia is a good example, given its considerable gaps in Shakespeare-related content, so we still have a lot to do about this. But generally speaking, defining the scope of the editathon is always crucial. It is also very important to invite experienced users, editors, who provide guidance to the students, because despite the visual editor and all of the new features and gadgets that have simplified editing Wikitext, the whole interface is still very much not beginner-friendly, especially when we are talking about how we handle references in the text. So this photograph was captured last year, and I believe it represents the very spirit of such events, because the participants are sitting next to each other, chatting, and in the end contributing their knowledge. And as you can see, the whole settings of the picture is very similar to the previous one. And finally, I must emphasize the significance, outreach potentials that organizing an editathon entails, because such events extend promotional benefits not only to the organizers, but also to the partners involved. To illustrate this, last year, the Hungarian Shakespeare Editathon was held at the National Library of Hungary. Additionally, they offered the participants a complimentary guided tour, and in return, the library was able to spotlight the collaboration and the event across their social media platforms, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and of course on their website, so thereby harnessing the promotional advantages of the partnerships. It is also worth mentioning the impact of such events can be measured and quantified. The publicly available page views of the created articles can show the students the impact they made and motivating them to edit further. If you take a look, to conclude, here is the page view count of the Hungarian Shakespeare Editathon since 2015, because every article on all of the projects, we can see how many users viewed the articles in a period of time from 2015 July. And I have to mention that all of these articles we created on the Hungarian Wikipedia only, they gained in the past years 337,000 unique views, which is 112 per day on daily average. The point of this chart is to illustrate that editathons can have a real impact on a project. Because in our case, we were missing a lot of articles about Shakespeare, his plays, everything basically about Shakespeare. Of course, we had an article about Shakespeare, but that's not enough. And without these students who wrote these articles, Wikipedia, the Hungarian Wikipedia, would be less complete. So that was my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And if you have questions, for example, about how we do it, then feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer. Thank you. Where is the microphone? Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah, it does. So I have a question about this ChatGPT. What's your policy? Because I have found out that it really helps when the students need to paraphrase a sentence in Estonian. As my engineering guys tell me, we are not philologists, I don't know if it's good enough, but if they have several versions, they can choose from there. Mm-hmm. What about you? Have you found any good functions for that at all?
Well, it's hard to answer because our point of view is we are in a better position because so these students, there are not many of them, which means that the university professor evaluates all of the assignments in English. So he can spot the issues. But generally speaking, it's really hard to crack this question because universities still can't, they don't know how to handle ChatGPT for example, using it for theses. So unfortunately, I cannot tell you a good answer for this, but to be honest, it's probably just linguistic question because you have to read through the text because you will not spot the issue anyway because, you know, there are existing software which can detect, but they are malfunctioning. So, for example, I wrote an article about that. One of these tools said that the Constitution of the United States of America was 99% copied and written by ChatGPT. So, you know, it's not perfect. But to be honest, there is no other, you know, automated way to do this. So I believe this is something we will face in the future very soon. And to be honest, I don't have an answer for this, but I also think that no one has. So that's a real issue, but it's a good opportunity for the students to cheat, unfortunately. Thank you. Okay, then thank you for your attention.
About MCDC, and this is what we'll be doing. The session will start with a short introduction to the movement charter, and then we will have some conversations about it with you, and we want to listen what you think about the content, the movement, and especially the hottest topic of the region, which is hubs. And your presenter and your MCDC person will be Michał Buczyński.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Natalia, for helping me here. So basically, I don't know, I'm Seal here and Natalia's Merdat. Or
yes,
maybe...
you expected Seal and Merdat, but you could ask. We're very sorry. That's the best you can have.
Yes, we are the replacements, the Poles-making Poles. I don't know. So hello, everyone here. I know it's been yet another round of the Movement Charter discussions and consultations. Thank you for all of you who did participate and ask the questions beforehand. Some of them were really tricky. Gerge is not here, but thanks for him for all this stuff that he put into the meta pages. This part of the consultations might be over, but now we are basically in discussions on the meetings like here, and here we are, and we are here that you can talk with us. From the MCDC, which is a Movement Charter Drafting Committee, as Manav is on the conference, so you can talk with her as well. You can talk with me, you can talk with Natalia, you can talk with a number of people, basically, about this topic. Okay, what's going on? What is this Movement Charter anyway? Some of you might heard about it, some of you did not. So this is basically a currently drafted document. It's drafted, so it's still not written completely, and it will define roles and responsibilities for all the members and entities of the Wikimedia movement. So it will affect editing volunteers, it will affect Wikimedia affiliates, the volunteers who are doing basically the groundwork, organize events, do these all things. It will affect hubs, it will affect Wikimedia Foundation, it will affect everything. It introduces some new concepts, like Global Council and hubs, and I will focus about these two things because they are quite novel, and probably there is the most discussion basically about these two things. Why are we doing it? So there was this thing called Wikimedia Strategy 2030. The ones of you who are here for many years, you have heard about it, you participated probably in some consultations, sessions in Berlin, all these discussions and all the works. A big number of people actually worked writing this strategy and responding many questions. The foundation was that Wikimedia can be a better place, basically. We all agreed on that. And a big strategy with big 10 recommendations has been written. And in one of these recommendations, there was a big recommendations for that our movement will make decisions which will be contextualized, and solutions will be to common challenges and everything, and a movement charter will be introduced. And there was a lot of high words and big words, and it might be translated to plain English, basically, that we understand that we are all different. We work in different countries, big, small, richer, not so rich, different cultures, different budgets, different legal environment, and so on. But we are one movement. So we share values, we share mission. The Wikimedia to be successful should be global. So we share problems this way or the other. And we share responsibilities. So if I have a great situation in my country, it doesn't mean that I can basically just sit and wait when it's not great in a different place or with a different group. We basically share responsibilities. So Wikimedia is a big thing. Not a single person or not a single organization will deliver. So we are here basically to help each other, and we are together to help to make global decisions, to make decisions together, and to hold sometimes ourselves responsible to each other, right? Right. So we will be helping, we will be giving the other people power, we will be giving the other people resources, but also we will be demanding some things. And this is the charter the Charter is the document about this thing. And very briefly, this discussion is very long. It's 20 years long. There were ideas of Wiki Council, of movement roles. There was the Wikimedia Acuteness, Chapters Association. In the beginning, I was a part of this thing. There was the chapters dialogue effort. There were the strategies and strategic direction formed 6 years ago. So we are talking about this for ages. Thousands of people, literally thousands of people were talking about that. Some hundred of them really dedicated a lot of the time and effort basically to form these things. And currently we think that there is an opportunity to get this thing done. Your voice is still needed because we are still discussing pretty major things, because this charter for the whole movement is a big thing. This is a really big thing. A lot of interesting ideas are floating around. And you can still join. You can see what the other people, for instance, written. There is this meta page. I know it's on Meta. It's called Movement Charter Community Consultation. You can basically even read up and take part. And here we are basically in this session. So you will have opportunity to give your statements, give your feedback here, talk each other, give your feedback. And then I'm on the conference and Manaf is on the conference. So you can catch us on Saturday, on Sunday, tonight. And if you have something very important for you, you can also discuss it with us. Once again, why we do it? Because the Movement Charter is for you. You will be regulated by the Movement Charter. You as the editing communities, you as volunteers who are doing the work, as the affiliates, as the Wikimedia Foundation staff, as the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees, everyone will be there. Yeah. Why it's also important? Because the Charter talks about soft things like values and principles. And probably if this Charter will be about you, you would want to say what are your values and what are your principles in being in the Wikimedia world. I think it's pretty important if you dedicate that much of your time and life. But also it talks about hard things like structures and powers. So what is the global decision-making body? Who is the top decision maker in the movement? What are the supporting structures and what are these hubs anyway? We are hearing about them for ages. What is the role of Wikimedia affiliates? Is it changing, basically, in a couple of years? What are the rights and responsibilities of volunteers and communities? We can say loud that volunteers have rights and they have responsibilities. So this is something new a bit. What is the role of Wikimedia Foundation? It might be changing pretty much. What will be decision-making, resource allocation, how we do all these things. The latest chapters that we were consulting with you, it was about the Global Council. These were hubs. These were some basic terms, like glossary. And it is quite interesting because sometimes defining the terms that we are using for 5, 10, or 15 years is not that easy. So sometimes it's tricky. It becomes obvious that different people understand some very basic concepts very differently. So it is a funny thing. And roles and responsibilities. So once again, who has the power and what they need to do the power and what we do with these people if they execute it badly. If we are here, and if I'm not talking too fast, let's go to maybe the most interesting part of this charter for the CEE community, because we have a hub already and hub people in the room, which is the hubs chapter draft. And let me give a quote. So, regional and thematic hubs are structures for mutual support. And even this statement is very loaded. So we're saying that basically there are hubs, they can be regional or thematic, and they are for mutual support. So basically the creators of the charter think that basically hubs are for the people to support each other. So they don't arrive, I don't know, from no UFO basically brings them, or not Wikimedia Foundation brings them, but they are created by some entities which are supporting each other. Not top-down, but each other. These hubs empower existing and future Wikimedia communities to have the capacity and resources to make and implement their own decisions to meet their different needs. So this is interesting because there is a mutual support, but we are supporting the ones who are there and the ones who are not there, the ones who will be coming. So it's meant that basically hubs will be inviting, and they will be very welcoming to the new people who want to, I don't know, create a user group, chapter, some editorial campaign, whatever. These hubs will form a mutual support structure for the hub members and others within the Wikimedia movement. So they will be doing it systematically, but also not only for themselves, but also for the ones who are not the part of the hub. So there is an understanding that basically not everyone is an active member of the hub. There are the people who are working on the hub, but there are the people who are just recipients of the service of the hub. So they will be doing it to learn, to share knowledge, to develop best practices, provide guidance and assistance to other hub members and communities. So they are very much about helping with the knowledge transfer and service transfer. So this is the hub, primarily. So in this vision, the hubs are not primarily about money, they are not primarily about power or decision making, but they are about the transfer of knowledge and transfer of support. So that's the vision, basically. And I don't know if you share this version of the hub definition. Maybe you had something different in your mind. But this is basically what is being written right now. So I would have a question basically for you. And Natalia, do you want to explain the flow, how we do that?
I don't think that the flow is super complicated, but I can assist in explaining. Okay. So the way we will do it, we will now invite you to talk in the groups of 3 or 4, the way you are... Okay. Sorry, back to the mic. Okay, the way we will do it, we will now invite you to have conversations in a group of 3 or 4 people, just gather around in the space and discuss about this particular question. You will have 5 minutes, so not a lot, but then we will invite you to discuss on a forum and to share what are your thoughts, what is your answer, what have you discovered during those discussions.
Yes.
Yes.
Please find your friendly neighbors, and have a chat.
Tak, to jest takie w Unii Europejskiej 5 minut. Jeżeli patrzą na zegarek, to znaczy, że nie dyskutują, a jak nie dyskutują, to co oni tu robią?
Tak. Drzwi są tak. Polityka. No i ładnie, 15 minut.
Bardzo ładnie w ogóle, chciałam Ci powiedzieć, bo nigdy Cię nie słyszałam wyjaśniać ten charter, ale myślę, że masz duży dar wyjaśnienia go w taki sposób, że jakbym była przeciętnym wikipedystą piszącym o ptakach i bym przyszła na tę sesję, to bym pomyślała, o, tego gołębia rozumiem.
Nie wiem, to jest jakieś nie do końca przemyślane, bo wykorzystam te slajdy, które były, a ja bym sam trochę inny flow zrobił, nie? Już go tam mocno zmodyfikowałem, ale...
Myślę, że taki język i jakby sposób prowadzenia jakby tego tematu wydaje mi się, że jest bardzo dobrze zrobiony i taki bardzo dostępny i wydaje mi się, że szkoda, że nie cały czas, że nie o wszystkich aspektach strategii tak rozmawiamy.
Wiesz, co mnie zainspirowało? Rozmowa z Jorge. Wtedy, bo to od iluś osób słyszałem, że to naprawdę dobrze poszło. Tego nie widziałem w ogóle potem. Tylko był rzeczywiście bardzo fajny flow, to znaczy, bo nas wyrwali generalnie, kto weźmie udział w nagraniu wideo opowie o czarterze. No takie, dobra, Jorge, Michał, chodźcie. I było takie, no to stańcie tutaj przed tą kamerą, macie 5 minut, macie poopowiadać i wiesz co, i wyszło tak zupełnie profesjonalnie, bo to było takie, wiesz, rozmowa z telewizji 2 prowadzących. Michał, a co? No myślę, że zrobię to z sosem. Rzeczywiście, jednak nie. I wyszło to, chyba to rzeczywiście dobrze wyszło, to miało jakąś sensowną strukturę.
Tak.
No i coś może pomóc ludziom.
Wydaje mi się, że miało pewną taką właśnie lekkość wprowadzania tego tematu. Także myślę, że to jest całkiem...
Ja myślę, że tak wiesz, do 15 minut, ile tak naprawdę można mówić. Mam nadzieję, że nie za szybko, ale to nie może być za dużo.
Wydaje mi się, że było dobrze i było takie bardzo jasne i wydaje mi się, że była tam jakaś możliwość zrozumienia, o czym my tu w ogóle rozmawiamy i o co nam tutaj w ogóle chodzi.
Wiadomo, że pewne rzeczy to powtarzać 5 razy, bo jednak warto czasem.
Tak. Więc myślę, że to było całkiem
A naprawdę to nasze rekomendacje strategiczne, to ktoś mógłby przepisać na jakiś język, który nie wymaga doktoratu.
Tak, ja się jeszcze cieszę, że teraz jak wychodziły te wasze rozdziały czarteły, to był ten reading test, że my tam mieliśmy dawać feedback, czy to jest czytliwe. I tam na kilku miejscach miałam takie momenty, że ja naprawdę nie narzekam na mój angielski, bo ja teraz codziennie w robocie
te Jig Directions, których nie napisałem, to one czasem, te zdania są takie bardzo...
Takie native speaker.
One minute warning.
Nie wiem, czyście słyszeli, ale znaczy, że rozmawiają.
Taki kieliszek czerwonego wina trzeba.
Musimy sobie kiedyś zreplikować to zdjęcie z Berlina, co mamy, jak tak siedzimy, kojarzymy, co wydamy PMG, tam musimy zreplikować.
Jak to mamy, a z tego człowieka kupiłbym Mercedesa, gdybym kupował.
Okay. No, we're having group discussions about this topic. We'll be sharing openly in a moment. Gergo, you are so needed at this session. We cannot do this without you. The main feedbacker. Yes, I think so. Okay, we go? Okay, everyone. We're wrapping up your, I can imagine, super interesting discussions. Philip, I still hear you talking. Okay. It was clear that you had interesting discussions about the topic, and now we want to hear back from you. Is there anyone who would like to share what they think about the question, how they would answer it, or maybe summarize the discussions that they had in their group? Okay, we have someone who knows what the hub is. Go. Go.
Please do.
She said that communication, it's much better to have communication between when we have a hub, it's much better to have communication between affiliates or communities to foundation, and much easier communication between these two bodies. That I really like that.
Why is it so?
because like it's much easier like for an example. So you have employees to find the answer who is responsible and like who is doing that in the foundation that provides an answer to the volunteers instead of the volunteers to I think to spend volunteers' time that is limited in searching of that answer.
Thanks. It's a really developed answer. Anyone else? Do you agree? Wojciech.
First, I wanted to actually repeat to something that I said about hubs, something that was well received in Singapore. Hubs give you the synergy effect, which means that 2 + 2 = 5. Because the sum of the activities, the sum of the resources of all hub members can produce something better, can produce something more. Then we also talked about, like a practical example. One of the members of the hub can print good quality swag for reasonable price. Like everybody will benefit within the hub, right? And then we also had a discussion, something that we had a nice exchange about, that hubs are big enough to tackle big-sized things, big caliber things, let's say. And at the same time, they're close enough to the local communities to understand the local context, something that the foundation was criticized for not being able to do, right? And then I had a counter-argument, well, but the European Union is also a hub. And Germany and France will be, will be doing a lot of input and not getting too much out of it. And well, my counter-attack, my counter-response was that probably the governance model for the European Union is screwed up. Let's not repeat that mistake.
It is an interesting question, Wojciech, because basically I can share that on our feedback session in Singapore, some people from Europe and not from Europe were proposing basically European Union and European Parliament as some kind of a role model for Global Council and the governance. So this is an interesting counter-argument. Thank you. Who else? Who else? Do you support Wojciech? Do you not support Wojciech? Your own things. Don't be shy. You had great discussions. We heard it. We saw it.
Maybe someone from the CEE Hub, apart from Tony, but you were sharing. And I knew, sorry. You have so many hats, Wojciech, that I sometimes need to have a list.
I didn't have a wardrobe.
We discussed if like the membership is necessary, that like CEE Hub, for example, because this is like a regional organization, it's quite clear for who we will serve, and especially the one who can't organize themselves or who wouldn't want to be members of anything because maybe they are individuals, maybe they are not incorporated in anything locally, but we still want to serve them the best or maybe the most as well, because especially for underrepresented community, CEE Hub is here. So like this thing, this whole membership, non-membership thing, it's not that important for us. Maybe to settle Hub as an organization, I can understand that there need to be some restrictions, but mostly I think still in like the movement we all usually looking for some like let's say like general support. So I can't imagine that there would even like be the Hub who wouldn't have this like some, let's say at least regional, thematical or language support, and then it's like somehow it's natural as well. So this is what I think, if I can say this right, what we discussed.
Yeah, I think it's very important to make a basic explanation of what a hub should be, in the sense that it's like an information point where you can get any kind of support that you need in the movement. Because in the past, the main question that was raised by many people, not only Wikimedians but try to edit Wikipedia and give up because there was no one else on the other side. So you go to a Wikimedia project, you start to edit, and you see no one responding to your edits, or you see that most of your edits are reverted without any further explanation. I know that not all communities do the same, but it's usually the case with some smaller communities. And it was almost the same with the communities willing to get involved in more offline activities. Like you want to do something, and it's up to you to make a lot of research, to communicate to others, but there was really not an information point when you can get a clear guidance on what to do. So the idea about the hubs, and in this case the CEE hub, is exactly that, to direct people, to give the right resources, the right support that they need in order to conduct different kinds of activities. Also to develop their capacity, to develop some new skills, and also to expand their views on how the Wikimedia movement can be productive and what are the projects and initiatives that they can do in order to increase the efficiency and gain some success in the development of the community.
Thanks.
Does
hello,
someone want to share? Maybe someone has an opinion, for example, about what Clara said. Is the membership even necessary? Does the hub need to have a clear list of members?
Or who are actually the members of the hub anyway?
We had the same question.
Yeah, basically, because the member of the hub are the people who are working for the hub. There are the guys who are taking the service from a hub.
Sometimes, if you are working in a specific area of themes, subjects, actually each can lead you some not good things that they will, for example, another participants of this hub. Another participants of hub will make some not good things in this growing in about this subject, for example. Maybe.
I have a clarifying question for everyone in the room. I want to understand one thing. When we are talking about membership, do we think who are the members? The beneficiaries who are going to take the service of the hub, or the people who are going to serve the communities? Like, what is the membership structure going to look like?
Okay, so I can think about two different ways to define membership. The first one is whether we are talking about individuals or groups. So whether we think about individual contributors to the Wikimedia movement, and groups such as informal groups or affiliates. And on the other hand, it's also about beneficiaries or people who would like to share their knowledge. So it's like a two-way division between people in the movement. The simplest answer to this question is that the hub is open to everyone. So we should not discriminate individuals or discriminate some kind of affiliates because of their organizational structure or anything else. We also don't intend only to admit people who would like to share their experience, because on the other hand, it's very important to know who are the people that would benefit from their experience. So the hubs, I'm mostly speaking through the experience with the CEE hub in the first year, but I suppose that it's going to become a general rule for all hubs in the movement that you should be free in admitting anyone who wants to be part of a new
structuring the movement, which should facilitate all the processes related to accelerated learning and experience sharing.
Yeah, I think I wanted to say almost the same, but for me, like, I think ideal would be if everyone in CEE region would know Barbara, and they can know if they need anything, they can ask on one spot, because it can be individual who's alone, it can be affiliate who's in trouble, it can be anyone who is afraid to reach WMF with about anything. So I think this, like, let's say, natural knots, communication or information, just where that you know where to go if anything. So of course it's impossible that every individual editor would know her, but they should know when they are looking for something where to they can address and they won't be turned off. And it's all about, like, proximity, what Tony mentioned, that it's just like closer. It's closer than some US foundation. So I really hope that this, like, fluent, that we are creating, like, semi-net that's just not here yet. And we will see how it goes. So let's just try and learn, and this won't be perfect. So let's just not build the concrete walls in this, like, process of creating something what's, I think, useful, because CEE Hub is proving this.
The question was who should be the members, but we should define what does it mean, member in this case. So the hub should serve the region, or if it's not covering the region, that should serve the communities which is recreated for. It can be groups or individuals, but membership is not easy to understand in this sense, I think.
And here we come with the other question. So you started talking about membership and basically what the hubs are for and whom they serve. But this is the charter, so the charter is very much about making decisions and roles and responsibilities. So who should make decisions about the hub? About the hub, so what the hub does, how it's governed, how it spends money, what are the plans, and so on and so forth. And here, what are actually the roles of these active participants, so the ones who contribute to the hub now, or I don't know, future, past, I don't know. Regional thematic stakeholders, so the ones who are beneficiaries of the hub. This will be probably the much larger group of the people. Resource allocators, because someone is funding the hub, at least for now. The hubs don't have much money on themselves. They need to basically receive a grant. And very often you have the grant agreement, so someone makes some decisions, basically. And the global community. So for now we have very few hubs, but there will be probably much more of them, and we will be needing to policing them, basically. We'll need to decide, basically, which hub does what and where and for how much money. If you like the question, I would give you 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think the question about the stakeholders is very important, because we should make distinction between core membership and stakeholders, especially external stakeholders, because there are many parties outside of the Wikimedia movement which are part of like-minded communities, like, for example, Creative Commons and anything else, which could mostly make some success in advocacy efforts, because there are many communities facing problems with legal issues and some other legislation that needs to be changed, or at least make them achieve some goals with ease. And this is really something that also the hubs should focus on in their wider reach, because the stakeholders are truly parties that can be both beneficiaries and benefit givers. And regarding the decision-making process within a hub, I know this is a very challenging issue. We are currently working on this as some kind of a governance topic inside the CEE Hub. And we will probably come up with some concrete solution and some concrete model in the period to come. I know it's difficult to accommodate the differences between the members of the hub, the differences between their needs and priorities. So at the end, this might be something which would create disappointment by some communities, by some members of the hub. But at the end, I hope we're going to reach to something which should be sustainable in the long run and would work efficiently.
Okay, thanks. I don't know, Wojciech, maybe something quick, because we wanted to give you some time to talk, actually, in groups. But
There's a big group talking. So as far as this part of the question, what should hubs do, is concerned, I'm pretty sure the answer is nobody will tell you. Because that all depends on whatever the local or the thematic need is. I understand, I think most of us understand the work of the CEE Hub, right? It's programmatic, it's administrative, it's communication. On the other hand, I imagine there are parts of the world where local Wikimedia organizations are not at the stage of development we are at. So their main point of focus will be collaborations with institutions of culture, content creation, making it easier, making tools, using tools. I understand that, well, okay, you want to call Wikimedia Europe a hub? Yes, no, maybe it's an organization of organizations, and their main focus is advocacy. So as long as there are diverse needs around the world and across the thematic areas where hubs originate, you will not get an answer to a question, what should a hub do?
But who makes? No, actually, okay. Let's go one step back. But who makes the decision what the hubs do? Because the hubs do something anyway. So someone makes this decision, even if we pretend that this decision is, I don't know, coming out of thin air. In the end of the day, someone makes. No. So someone makes the decision, and who should be making this decision?
The participants, however you define them, according to their model of decision-making that they have adopted.
So who are the participants?
That's the further part of the question.
Okay, this has been going on one-to-one, so I think I just want to break that circle and also want to bring one perspective into this discussion, that everyone's responsibility is no one's responsibility, and also if we're doing everything, we're doing nothing, because at the end of the day, boundaries are also important, limitations are also important, because then you can easily decide what you want to do and within what is the scope of the work that we intend to do. We can't be wide in terms of our imagination and scope of work. So I think let's think more rationally about what should be the ideal scope of work for hubs.
So my opinion is that not the global community, because if there is a hub, it is for the local communities, so decisions should be made inside this community, what are the needs and what they would like to do. Not the resource allocator, because the resource allocator should fund, let's say that there is a decision making that what the hub for and what would like to support, and then should find funding or grants for this activity. It can be one big foundation or more sources, but it should be separated. Like we have the goals that we would like to support free knowledge, and it fits into this basic theme that it could be supported. I would choose the second option, so some kind of regional and thematic stakeholders, but it works only if they are active. So some kind of mix of the first two, if somebody is not active and don't want to be part of the decision making, it will not work. So this was my point.
I think Clara and Gabriel was surprisingly quiet.
When thinking on this topic, I would like to begin from the basics. In political science, there are two ways to make decisions. The first one is to use direct democracy, and the second one is to use representative democracy. There is a rule on Wikipedia and on most of the Wikimedia projects that Wikipedia is neither a democracy nor a bureaucracy, but in most of the processes that were adopted by the global Wikimedia community and the Wikimedia Foundation, we're moving towards some kind of a democracy, and we adopted a democratic process in making decisions. So I would like to just look at these four different options and think about whether they fit within a direct democratic model or a representative democratic model. And from what I can see, apart from global community, which I suppose is allowing every single contributor to give their vote, which is in fact direct democracy, the first three are actually some kind of representative democracy models in which we are going to entrust people, entrust parties within the hub to make the decisions. And there is also some kind of a hybrid model in which the Wikimedia Foundation used to allow the communities to elect board of trustees members, in which some of the members were elected by the affiliates through a representative democratic model, and other members were elected directly from the contributors. So whether it's going to be any of these models or a combination of both, who is going to be entrusted to make the decisions is something which should be thoroughly discussed based on some research done by the members of the hub. So at the end, it's very important to mention that some parties may be disappointed. It's not going to be something ideal, but it needs to be functional.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, me again. But I'm definitely for more freedom. I think I believe in like natural processes as well. I think if something it's badly coordinated, it usually dies in time. And I think the hubs should decide itself how it should be, how the decision processes should work like. It should be transparent, it should be public. Anyone can comment like everything on Wikipedia, like everything in our structures. And, or if you don't know, TBD, to be defined, in 2 years we can see, because now we are creating the association. And I was in CEE Hub creation, definitely not from the beginning, but at least 2-3 last years, like intensively, and as well at the Wikimedia Europe. For me, this was painful because we were talking about members and membership for 1 year, and it's nothing yet for like the members maybe, because it took so much time just to define this. Now, Wikimedia Europe, we have like 40 members. For what? So far, we don't know. Maybe it will work in 5 years. Maybe it will be better approach than with CEE Hub, where we start from the ground. But we don't know yet. But for Wikimedia Europe, it makes sense. I understand why they need this system. And I as well understand why we use different system. And it's both okay if we survive, if we serve, if we bring. I think we should have public evaluation. We should measure our impact. And we should do the best to run the organization. Even though it's project organization, it's almost the same principles. So if this we can do, and we will survive. And I even like think that observing or like some basic direction from Wikimedia Foundation now, it's useful because we can discuss. We are learning, they are learning, everyone is just learning so far. So why to define? It's like it's like the law. You don't create the. If you create the law to the far future, you might very likely miss the target. So that's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Gerge?
Thanks. So first, I would like to challenge the assumption that resource allocators has any reason to be in this list. Because resource allocation should be done by the global community alongside the principle of subsidiarity. So the global community should decide how the resources are distributed between regions, and then the regional communities should decide how the resources are distributed within that region. And of course, when you say global community, there is no red phone that you can pick up and ask a question, and the global community answers you on the other end. So you always mean a specific decision-making structure, like a committee that gets its mandate by being elected by the global community and being recallable by the global community, something like that. But essentially, it's the global community that makes this decision. And about the real question, who should make decisions about the hub, the boring answer is it depends. So the entire strategy project is based on the principle of subsidiarity, which means that decisions should be made on the lowest possible level, but not lower than that. So if it's possible to decide something on the level of individual user groups or wikis, then you do it there. If it's possible to do at the hub level, then you do it there. And if you need to coordinate or oversight or anything else at a higher level, then you do it there. So basically, you want a global decision on what are the areas in the first place, how you slice the world into hubs. And then most of the decisions can be done by the constituencies of the hubs, and that should work with the same principle that the community that the hub is serving should somehow give mandate to a small group which is able to make decisions, because you always need a small group to be able to make decisions in a reasonable way. And I think we can just experiment and find the best way for that. That could be an election. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
No. It was great. I wanted to catch the difference and the subsidiarity in the hubs context. So when we are talking of the subsidiarity in the hubs context, does it mean that all decisions in the hubs are being done by the small group which is working for the hub, and some of them are delegated to the larger group of the recipients of the service of the hub? This is how it works?
I would say yes, but I don't think that has anything to do with subsidiarity.
Okay.
That's just how the only way you can make decisions in practice.
Okay. Thanks. Yes.
Hi. I feel like a rookie amongst all of you that have been for many, many years, and you have all this experience. So I'm just going to talk about my personal experience. But first of all, I want to start by, I disagree that values and principles are soft skills. They are very hard skills. And I think that is totally connected in having the results we want. And then I'm going to connect with what Clara said, that I believe also in the natural process of things. When I was at a point maybe a year ago that I was going to give up on Wikipedia and Wikimedia, because I felt that I was lost in a vast labyrinth of just another huge organization, and I didn't have any points of reference or help. And then the CEE Hub came into my life. And honestly, I feel that they revived us as a group, because at any given moment we have someone to go to and ask very simple questions. So I think if the hubs themselves have a way of, if they are transparent, if they have a way to evaluate their results, I think if they do a good work, they will survive. If not, I believe that they will die. At this point, I feel that they were doing an excellent job.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Just the one fast question. Let's give it.
This time, discuss in groups first.
You can try, at least for 3 minutes. Let's try.
I want to say something before that.
Okay, go.
Yeah, the one thing I want to say is that I've witnessed this conversation. This is great ideas, but I think the one expectation that I had as a participant while walking into this room was that the hub drafts is already out. And I was hoping that you'll probably see how you fit that draft. What are the areas that you feel are relevant to CEE Hub? What are the things that you can actually put into practice? What are the barriers that are in that draft that are limiting your scope of work? And then you will actually give structure to your hub on the basis of what is being defined by movement charter. My concern, my biggest concern right here is that you are entirely keeping that out of the room. You're not even considering there is a draft, there is a definition, there is a scope which is already defined. And if you as a hub are not paying attention to a hub's draft, how do we expect the larger community to review the hub, share their feedback, and put that into practice? We are talking about experimentation, but trust me, there is a draft out there based on all the reviews, all the structures which are existing, which have been done in the pilots. And it's important for us to actually see if that can be put into practice, and also like give a genuine feedback on, okay, this section is not possible because we as a CEE hub believe that no, this should be wider, or this is limiting our work, this is not practically possible, this should be on the higher level. We are not doing that, which is, I don't know why we are not doing that.
Yes, but on the other hand, like you shouldn't limit it someone who doesn't have the resources to as well be part of this, because as I could see, the only way how, for example, very well-structured and very complicated process with Wikimedia Europe was even possible was that there was a whole team who was financed by Wikimedia Germany who created this for 1 whole year. And if we would have like the limits, we wouldn't create CEE Hub, because it was like based on volunteer meetings in their like free time. And if we would need to be, for example, incorporated from the beginning, we still wouldn't have CEE Hub probably, or it would be very like, it might have like a high barrier. So this is just like the second part of what you just like said. So just don't forget this, because then you limit access to the one who doesn't have like capacity or resources for this.
So talking as someone who did give feedback about the hub's draft, I think it requires a fair amount of time dedicated to engaging with the text and the whole process to be able to do that. So I don't think this specific session or a session like this is really useful for immediately giving feedback. I think it can be useful for like people participating in it, getting an idea of what feedback to give, which is, I guess, would be more useful if the feedback session or feedback part of the process would still be open, which I understand closed in end of August. But for what it's worth, the CEE Hub had a discussion session with the MCDC, and some of us gave feedback in the advisory round and then in the public round. So I feel that like the point of in what ways the hub's draft is problematic for the CEE Hub are out there, and I feel at this point it's more up to the MCDC whether they can integrate that feedback into the text or not. But I think the hub would still be happy to provide feedback if there is any interest. But again, officially the feedback section is finished. So
yes. Officially it is. This is the strange habit process. It's the section, like the consultation on meta, is somewhat closed. However, there is time for feedback on these regional meetings, and I'm pretty sure that nobody will be nobody really will be putting the things to the waste bin if something pops up on Meta still, especially on the participants upon these sessions that we are having offline, because I think it's quite understandable that during the one session, even 90 minutes, you cannot really gather the whole feedback that you would like to take from the regional community, right? So we are, as you said, mostly feeding some questions and some insight, basically. So we still want to hear from you, be it offline or online. And sorry for this confusion.
The mic went to someone.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, so we have this question, it might be fast. What role should the hubs play, regional hubs, thematic hubs, in fundraising? And be minded that this is a more complex question than it seems to be, especially when we have more than, let's say, one hub which is available, but we'll end up in the 2030 or 2040, and we have basically a number of hubs which are overlapping. So you sit in Europe, but there is a regional CEE hub, but there are also some thematic hubs which are working there, and maybe some other sub-regional hub or linguistic hub. And what is the role of the hub then?
And we'd like to, again, invite you to discuss in groups.
It's time.
About money.
Money talk. Robi się ciepło. Feedback, I need feedback. cukier, może serce. Znaczy z jednej strony to dla siebie pretensje, bo zadawanie takich pytań jest za trudne dla tych ludzi, bo siedzisz w grupie, która naprawdę przerobiła te pytania na poziomie, wiesz, tak 7 ruchów szachowych do przodu i teraz rozmawiamy. Z jednej strony pytanie trzeba zasidować. Przede wszystkim, że mówią o swoim hubie, ale nie mówią o odbiorcy a doktor tu by powiedział, no dobra, ale to nie jest takie fajne. Wiesz, nawet nie chciałbym, żeby mówił pan, że to znaczy, że dajemy tym hubom pełną rękę. To znaczy, każdy sobie założy hub, dostaje $300,000 i sobie robi co chce. Do tego tak zmierza. Znaczy ja się też zdenerwowałem, bezprawdowo nie dopuszczamy mnie do... Znaczy ja chcę coś powiedzieć, tak nie ma dopuszczenia do głosu. I było to może bardzo potrzebne, bo to zmierzało w tym kierunku, ale no tak czasami pewien thinkwork jest nieodrobiony. To, że najpierw to cały na przykład był problem z tym całym ustrojem fiskalnym i w pewnym momencie nie mogę się dziwić karze, że rozegrano dobrze. Ten cały proces był zwywalony ja i Klara byliśmy w najgorszej sytuacji, bo trudniej jest ci mówić, że ja bym w ogóle w najgorszej sytuacji, bo trudniej jest ci wykazać się asertywnością i mówić, że cały proces wyboru jest słaby, kiedy mówią o tobie. Znaczy najłatwiej jest to powiedzieć, kiedy nie ma się tutaj swoich... że tak naprawdę to mogliśmy zrobić inaczej i mogliśmy porozmawiać o tym właściwie czego chcemy, od tego sposobu napisania, jakie są kryteria, o co wychodzi. Tak, to tak. Znaczy wiesz, że chcą go powtarzać, że się naprawdę że chyba film szalał, że oni chcą przeprowadzać wybór profesora fiskalnego co roku. Chyba sobie jaja robicie. Albo zróbmy sposobu fiskalnego rotacyjnego. Znaczy wydaje mi się, że sobie osobie, ale podpisywać nową umowę o pracę, robić nowe konta bankowe i tak dalej. Have fun.
No ja wiem, że z tego co ja rozumiem, to Austria zrobiła takie...
Austria zrobiła nodwal się.
Bo oni nie chcą.
No. Tak, rozumiem. No tak, no tak zrozumiałem.
Po pierwsze, oni nie chcą po prostu dosłownie, nie chcą robić przeprowadzenia Polska i nagle czegoś zabierać. I to jest dosłownie pierwsze, że do nich jest kolejny sponsoring.
Więc po co im to?
Więc oni oczywiście mogą, ale oni potrzebują specjalną osobę do przedsiębiorstwa fiskalnego, bo oni mówią, więc nie, więc po co iść się konfliktować? Jeżeli w ogóle...
To już jest takie małe, tak? No, ta Klara tak zadeklarowała, że ma fear of missing out, bo Austria robi ten sponsoring fiskalny, to Polska robi ten sponsoring fiskalny.
No, ja bym powiedziała, że ja bym na im miejscu dosłownie poszła do Austrii i powiedziała, okej, byśmy się chcieli nauczyć to robić i tu możecie nas tutaj prowadzić do tej mafii śmieciowej. No okej. Także...
Ładnie zaraz ogłosił, bo tak tylko siedzą i rozmawiają.
Ale myślę, że to jest kwestia tego, że po prostu to pieniądze.
No, wiadomo. 1 minute warning.
Czyli to i następne. W sumie nie wiem, może to i koniec, czy to i następne.
Mogłem Cię wyłączyć, profesor. Na razie na razie wypnę i nie wypnę, tylko to jest Alt i ile z monitor zewnętrzny.
Co myślisz? Czy to już zamkniemy, czy chcesz jeszcze global
No bo masz takie pytanie, czy...
Nie, no jak otworzymy Global Cancel, to będzie w ogóle chyba ciężko, może zamkniemy tymi hubami, bo tu otwieramy zupełnie nowe puszkę z Pandorem.
No wiem.
Nikt się nie obrazi, jak zamkniemy po tej dyskusji. Serio.
Nikt się nie obrazi. No i we will call it a day.
Monat może, ale...
Możemy to wszystko, Monat wchodzi.
No, okej.
Bo ja to bym tak naprawdę, czy ten...
Co?
Czwartek albo piątek bym tak naprawdę zrobił.
No to jak chcesz dociągnąć, to...
A w ogóle Filip bardzo chciał, żeby rozmawiać na temat tego, ale...
No oczywiście, że Filip chciał o tym rozmawiać.
Ale wyszedł.
Co?
Ale wyszedł.
No nie rozmawialiśmy o tym, to wyszedł.
Ale można zapytać z powodu Giergie. Bo
No dobra,
Giergie na to przeszedł,
Okej, ale mamy 22 minuty, to musimy już...
To porozmawiamy o kasie, tak. 3, 2, 1. Aufpasst.
Hey everyone! Time for talking about money in public. 2 more minutes? Okay, go, 2 more minutes.
Money talks. Cool, you know everything.
I can see. You're so ready. You're born ready.
Prawda jest taka, że od początku trzeba było... Zaraz odpadną. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now you certainly want to share something. Yes. Please wrap up. Please summarize what you were talking about. Oh, that's great. Okay, so please. You were very enthusiastic about it, so. Oh. Cool. Mikola?
What's the deal with the money?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Hello. So we had a good discussion in our group about money. And we said that basically there are 2 main added values a hub can bring. First is all regional funding or thematic funding, like European Union funding or like European development bank and so on. Like these projects are too big to be handled by a single affiliate and probably not too relevant to be handled from San Francisco. And we have nothing in the middle. So that's where the hub would have the highest added value. Mm-hmm. And second example is building the fundraising capacity of local affiliates. So, for example, if Wikimedia Israel says we want to build local fundraising, but they don't have enough knowledge, resources to build it, we can imagine a scenario where a hub would step in, give some expertise, trainings, technical support, whatever, to help them build basically the first investment in local fundraising system, to make them more mature, more ready to do this on their own, like maybe in 1 year, in 6 months, or whatever the time frame is.
Okay, thanks. So I'll wrap it up. The one is something like a regional, supranational funds, and the other, and the other one is a capacity building of the members of the hub.
Thanks. What we focused on was that it's not only funding that may create overlaps within hubs, like thematic and geographic in nature, and it's like anything can create an overlap. Anything can create an overlap in the activities, and we've seen that in the past on Wikimedia and beyond. So basically setting the boundaries and taking care of those overlaps will help not only with fundraising, but with generally with the activities of hubs.
And so we are going on the level above. So we are talking about the boundaries between hubs. Right?
Yeah, because like we were very quick to say that it's not only finances where trouble, quote unquote, trouble can be expected. But then if you set your boundaries straight, if you take care of those overlapping areas, then you probably won't have to struggle.
Okay. And who sets
about
these?
finances, about activities, about partnerships, about anything.
Okay. And just to note, who would set these boundaries, more or less?
Well, I do hope that it's the privilege of the hubs that would be overlapping. And of course, I understand that if there are disagreements, there might be. Well, Movement Charter will probably address that. Who will be the appealing body? Will it not?
Yes, yes.
So there's your answer, Michał, I guess.
Okay. So there will
Thank
be
you.
some appealing body in the Movement Charter. Okay.
So there's your answer.
Also, I would really like to hear from someone who is not in the CEE Hub Steering Committee. And the wider group, Mikola, and the wider group.
Yeah, Kirill, go.
Yeah, I think the input from the discussion that we had within our group would be on a separate question, which is also highly relevant. It's about the funds distribution and what role should the hub have in this process. Because as we know in the past, most of the decisions regarding grant making and funds dissemination was done by the Wikimedia Foundation with its teams. Then there was a progress with introducing the regional committees. But the main problem that we now have is that, for example, the regional committee for Central and Eastern Europe and Central Asia is composed of people who are not members of the hub and are people who have not done anything in the movement for years. And this is really not a case in which the hub is involved in the process of fund dissemination. So I think it's highly relevant to speak about whether the hub should inherit some of the responsibilities regarding grant making and fund dissemination that the Wikimedia Foundation has and has been delegated to the regional committees, or whether it should do some kind of capacity building for communities, how to prepare better applications or anything else which should benefit them.
And this is a very good question. It's a different question, but a very good one. And what is your recommendation, basically? Did you have an answer for this question?
Given that most of the people, before the introduction of the hubs, thought about the hubs as something which should take over some of the responsibilities to the Wikimedia Foundation on the regional level, I think that the hubs should be more involved in this process.
Okay,
and
thank you.
even the hubs should participate with people who are going to at least have an advisory role or even make some low-level decisions.
Okay, thank you. This group?
So our discussion turned very philosophical and more about the question of whether we need money at all. So, I won't try to summarize that, but instead I will give a somewhat different answer, which is that I think there are competitive and non-competitive fundraising opportunities. So non-competitive is when that organization is uniquely well suited to do something. Like Wikimedia Europe is probably the only one which has a chance to get EU funds, or at least much better chance than others. Or a national chapter is probably the best suited to get donations in that country because then they are tax exempt. And then you have the competitive fundraising opportunities like banner fundraising. If the hub uses banner fundraising, then the chapters are not going to like that money would be taken from the chapters essentially. So I think with non-competitive fundraising, if you have a chance, you should just go for it. It's a service to the movement. You are bringing in more money, with the understanding that all funds should be movement funds, which is something the foundation used to say a lot and then didn't take very seriously. But I think we should take it seriously. So just because a certain group or organization is able to raise funds, it doesn't mean it should be the one to spend those funds. And because your ability to raise funds depends on luck and privilege and all kinds of things. So sometimes it should be reallocated. For competitive fundraising opportunities, I think hubs are basically a support system for things which are not efficient to do on the individual group and wiki level. So they should be involved in fundraising to the extent where there are inefficiencies and you want to centralize them. Like maybe a hub should run a fundraising support team of experts that the chapters in that region can tap into, or maybe you want to centralize the building of a payment gateway or something like that. But aside from opportunities like that, I don't think it should be a given that hubs are doing competitive fundraising, like banner fundraising.
Kirill?
Since we mentioned Wikimedia Europe a couple of times, I have a quick question for someone who knows the answer. Is Wikimedia Europe a hub?
Wikimedia Europe for now decides that until we have a clear definition of hub, they will not define themselves as such.
Okay, but we are talking about them as a hub, even though they still don't define as such.
Yes, well, they're not in the room to say, hey, don't talk about us. But yeah, basically, I think they're in a way a Schrödinger's hub. So they are not our hub.
So I would maybe reframe this thing, because basically, who's deciding on being a hub anyway? I mean, probably it is not the group. I mean, the group who may want to be, from the MCDC perspective, and now I will speak as myself, someone may want to be a hub or may not want to be a hub, like you may want to be, for instance, a chapter or may not want to be a chapter. But then there is a larger ecosystem, and very often the other people are making these decisions, right? So you may want to be something or not want to be something, but then there is a system, and either you fit in something or you don't fit in the place, right?
I think it's some kind of role of the MCDC to define whether some group of affiliates should define themselves as a hub or not. Because at the end of the day, they would base their decision on the things that they should be committed to based on the movement rules in the movement, and also the benefits that they could get as a result of becoming a hub.
And you, just to continue it, you said affiliates. So you mean, for instance, some Wikimedia chapters which are hubs in disguise now? Or?
Yeah, I mean, even though a definition of a hub is that at least two Wikimedia affiliates can collaborate to establish a hub, there may be some affiliates collaborating, but not establishing a hub.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that every collaboration between affiliates will be a hub.
Okay, thank you.
A comment, question that, in my understanding, any cooperation, structured cooperation between affiliates is defined as hub. So in this sense, Wikimedia Europe should be a hub, even if it is not. Well, we don't want to say this, but in this conversation, they should be considered as a hub, right? Okay.
Anyone? Don't be shy. People, you were talking. We saw you talking.
Yes.
You can tell us what you were talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Tamas said. I think it's impossible to let any collaboration between affiliates automatically be defined as a hub, because if you introduce some rules, if hubs are committed to do something, in a voluntary environment, in a voluntary movement, it's not a good idea. It's unfair to make something be automatically defined. So we always have to let communities and affiliates decide whether they're going to establish a hub or not.
Anyone, especially someone who hasn't had the chance to speak today? I know that it might sound like, there are people who are already doing hubs, so maybe I shouldn't talk because those people are doing, but I think, yeah? Okay. So I think that it's actually, we're talking about the movement charter, not the CEE Hub charter. So even if you're new to these discussions, it's absolutely okay to talk. Or if you're a long timer but haven't spoken yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No? I think I've seen you talking. but go.
I would like to apologize that I'm talking too much in this session. I think it's highly relevant to define a concept as something like a sub-hub. Because...
Sub-hub.
Catchy.
That's the sub-hubs.
Yeah, I think you get the idea. What do you think about having hubs and some bodies functioning as sub-hubs? Because in a world in which we are going to have different hubs with overlapping activities, with overlapping thematic areas, then it might make sense to support collaboration between them. But in case we define collaboration between different hubs, is it going to be a super hub, or are we going to define them as sub-hubs?
So I understand it better. So you're talking about intersecting hubs, basically. So let's say that we have a CEE hub, and let's say that we have, I don't know, Wikimedicine hub. Let's imagine that there is a thing called Wikimedicine hub, and if you do the programmatic activity in the CEE region in medicine, you would create a different entity, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Something like a child of these two hubs?
Like Wikimedicine in the CEE region hub.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be is it going to be an independent hub or a sub-hub of the CEE hub? Yeah, I know it's theoretical, but it's possible.
Then to create anything from the top can bring, I think, more troubles than helps. Let's set the milestones and something that's essential for now, but the rest to be defined when it comes. And let's talk about this, because it just won't work. It won't be accepted by the communities, or it just won't work in the everyday reality, because we are global. So what works here won't work in anywhere else. So, yeah, definitely, we can discuss, but it's discussion. Let's not put it on the paper and sign it for everyone, because we will lose them, and we just need to invite people to this discussion, not repulse them with something what's way too far away from them.
Yes.
My name is Vladimir. I'm from Belarus. I'm actually speaking not on my personal behalf, but on behalf of those Belarusian Wikipedians who are right now outside of the country, mainly in Poland, including our main speaker, who left the country with his wife, and he asked me personally to actually speak about the CEE Hub, actually to ask maybe a couple of even questions about basically how can the future activity in the next year, because it's time for fundraising, for reviewing applications, So like in times when, especially like Belarusian, like individual case, of course, Wikipedians, some of them, they left the country, right? So we are spread around several countries like Poland, Lithuania, even Great Britain and others. How can the hub be, let's say, of higher interest for such a community as Belarusian Wikimedia community that is not only in Belarus but has had to, let's say, geographically spread our activities, not because we wanted so, but because it basically has become a more regional activity in its nature, not just Belarusian activity, and maybe it is more. It can be more of a higher value both for Belarusian community, the CEE hub, and for each other. We can be useful for each other, but right now it's a big question, like basically how, right? Like a short question, but like the first question is how can those, let's say, synergies, someone was talking about synergies, how can it be helpful? Of course, like the question is more like how it can be more helpful for us, but still we are out there, so feel free to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will rephrase it to the movement charter context because the CEE Hub will explain themselves tomorrow, basically, about the annual plan and the day after tomorrow. What I hear is what is the role of regional hubs as a kind of a safety net for contributors and for organizations and partners and all the stakeholders, where basically there is a, let's say, no level 1 institution, like, for instance, a chapter, because it's not possible, because of, I don't know, the volunteers are lacking, or legal context is not allowing that, or any other reasons are coming. So basically, do we want to encourage, enforce, whatever the word should be used, the regional hubs to basically act as the safety net, let's say, of the services? And this will be the last.
It relates to other questions. So we talk about fundraising, funds dissemination, decision making. So are communities and affiliates exclusively in one hub, or can they be in more? That is a very important question. How about if some of our countries being some CEE hub and European Union hub, Cyprus to be in CEE hub and Middle East hub? How about that?
So this is the thing that MCDC actually has been discussing. So we see the need, we see the opportunity that basically the affiliates are in a number of hubs. But also we understand that it could could lead to some problems. Basically, it could lead to many hubs overlapping too much. It could lead to some strange competition, like maybe unhealthy kind of a competition, and I don't know, some race to the bottom. It could lead to basically creating some artificial thematic hubs that everyone would like to subscribe, basically to utilize some resources. And we were discussing a number of things, for instance, limitations in the number of the number of hubs that you can participate in, limitations of being a recipient, because basically if you want to contribute, then you are good to contribute. But you shouldn't basically ask too many hubs for help. And I don't know, do you have any initial thoughts? No. But there is a problem.
I wanted to make the... there was a talk about hub being a safety network, but as someone said already, there might be a better chance if there are multiple safety networks. I understand well that it can be a little bit demanding when you not contribute, but in a way we are in a CEE hub, yes, but there
Okay, last remark, Clara.
Yeah, just to reply to your question, we will be very happy if you come tomorrow to our workshop at 11 to see Hub workshop, because we exactly need these kind of inputs for our activity for next year. We do that. We definitely offering this. But the workshop tomorrow, please come, everyone who has anything to say for the Hub, because that's exactly what we need now. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I think we will let you all go. Thank you for discussions. One thing I wanted to say before we go, the dinner is divided into 2 groups. You have received an email from Mehman to check. One group is at 6, the other is at 7. I don't know which group you are, but check it. And the dinner is in the Philharmonic.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.